Hello, hello. Hi, Mr. Taters. How's it going? Uh, Good to see you. Okay, hopefully the stream doesn't, like, keep messing up. Twitch, it keeps telling me it's unstable. I'm streaming in 3 places, so hopefully that's not, like, incredibly damaging to the stream. But if it is, then maybe I'll end stream and come back on just Twitch and YouTube. Okay, so plans for today. Earlier today, I was doing some tutorial stuff, and I didn't end up finishing all of it. Stream seems fine on your end? Cool. Also, how's it going? I haven't talked to you in a while. I hope everything's good work-wise for you. I know that you're someplace. I think I looked at your LinkedIn like a couple days ago or something. But I just started as a table dealer at a Hard Rock casino that's opening up near me pretty soon. So I'm doing like the training and learning how to do like blackjack and stuff. Blackjack right now, I'll probably end up doing like poker and stuff like in a couple weeks. But that's been pretty fun, actually. But I am still trying to get back into game development. So I've just kind of been keeping up with that on doing game dev streams and just kind of going, like, kind of streaming, going through the tutorials and stuff. And then working on a small project on top of that. So the plan for today, I wanted to get the tutorial stuff done so that we could immediately jump into the zombie arcade game we're working on. Just a top-down shooter, nothing fancy, just something to practice prototyping stuff. But yeah, I wanted to do some tutorial stuff on UI so that we could just immediately jump into programming that stuff and figuring out how to do scoring in the project, but I didn't end up finishing the tutorial earlier today, so we're just going to start the stream continuing where I left off, and I'll walk you through where I left off. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. Also, sorry I'm late. I was cooking dinner and just kind of tidying up some stuff after I got home from work. Alright, I actually already have the game open. So don't mind me, I'm probably going to be eating while this stream is happening, just because I haven't eaten dinner yet, and we just made dinner. We just kind of threw some veggies in the microwave, just like a steamable bag of veggies and some Salisbury steak, which is pretty good. Nice. Things have been good on mine. Overall, FuzzyBot has been a really good company. I'm contracted with them at the moment, unfortunately, but it's a good pay with a significantly more relaxed atmosphere. That sounds really nice. A bunch of jobs just came up for Romero and Cloud Chamber. I applied to Romero Games yesterday, I think. So I sent them an email with like a cover letter and stuff, so hopefully I hear something back. Cloud Chamber, I don't remember if it was Cloud Chamber or it might have been Compulsion Games. Someone on LinkedIn looked at my LinkedIn profile. But if Cloud Chamber is open, then I guess I should add that to my list then. before I forget, I'm just gonna write it down really quick. Yeah, when did I Yeah, I applied to Romero Games on Saturday, a couple days ago. So yeah, I applied to Romero a couple days ago, and then I'll add Cloud Chamber. I just added Cloud Chamber to the list, so I'll probably look at that tomorrow. When those go well for you, probably shooting some game stuff over there as well. Hell yeah. Nice. Yeah, the only stuff that I have to add to like a portfolio is just a couple of the prototypes that I've been, well, the one prototype that I made back in like April or something. Nothing crazy. It's just like a little, you know, behind the player shooter, just like an arcade looking thing. Keeps score, and at the end it shows the final score, and that's about it. But it's a completed game, and I stuck to milestones, and that was kind of the main thing that I wanted to focus on with that project. So after that, I've been just doing more Unity tutorials. Right now the plan is basically just to complete the junior programming stuff and get a few portfolio projects out, and get the what is it, the Unity programmer certification, whatever that is, and then probably start digging more deeply into Unreal, because it seems like everybody's doing Unreal now. Sorry, the dog's trying to get stuff, I think. Where was I? Yeah, so I'm basically just doing a bunch of tutorials and trying to get some portfolio projects out, so that hopefully I can apply for more stuff other than QA, because QA is always the ones getting laid off, and yeah, Godot, or Godot. I never know how to pronounce that. Unfortunately, since I generally like Unity, but it is what it is given current circumstances. Yeah, that's because I was in the middle of learning Unity, and then the Unity thing happened. Godot, okay. Yeah, and all that stuff at Unity happens. I'm feeling a little bit better about Unity after Major Nelson is now there. Like, I think he's the CEO now. Who's the current CEO at Unity? Oh, just kidding. It's Matthew Bromberg. But Major Nelson's there now. He was at Xbox, or at Microsoft, during some of Microsoft's best years, and then he left, and then Microsoft starts doing all this stuff. But Major Nelson, Larry Herb, that's who I'm thinking of. He's the director of community at Unity Technology. Okay, so he probably doesn't have a whole lot of power over um, business approaches and whatnot. Yeah, it is what it is, I suppose. But yeah, that's the plan. Okay. I'm going to start the timer just because I'd like to get... How much time do I want to spend on this today? I clocked 23 minutes earlier before I had to go to work. So another hour and a half or so. No, wait a minute. That's 2.5 hours. Another 2.5 hours of this. Or until I get too tired. What? Sorry, the dog keeps bugging me for something. She's probably mad because I'm eating dinner and not giving her any. But she already had her dinner, so she should be fine. Don't mind her drinking water. I think the thing that makes me most nervous about switching to a different engine is I'm so used to C# programming, I don't know any other language. I know C++ is supposed to be similar as far as how the syntax works, but otherwise it's all I know, other than maybe some basic, not the programming language basic, but basics stuff with Unreal blueprinting. Okay. All right. So this is pretty much where we left off. Or at least where I left off. So we have the score text set up.
So in our project, we've set up TextMesh Pro and added a text element to our scene, so that way we can actually keep track of our score. Now what we're going to do is we actually need to use code and a variable to keep track of and update this score text whenever we need it. To do that, we're going to go into our game manager script. Now, one of the first things that we actually need to do in our script is we need to take advantage of
Sorry about that. I swear to God, every time I turn the camera back on, she starts whining at me for something. Okay, I think she's fine now. I had the same apprehension with UE and blueprints. You can do C++ too, and I like them a lot now. Yeah, I feel like once I get some practice with it, it'll be a lot better. But it's like, when you spend so much time with one language, it's like, or developing one way, it's so frustrating to start over in something else. But I know, like, you kind of have to get over that hump. And then, you know, spending a couple hours every day on it, and within like a month or two, you're just as comfortable with that engine as you were with the other one, because a lot of that programming like the programming logic, and like the same sort of mindset that you have with problem solving on programming stuff, like it's still the same. It's just the means of doing it is a little bit different. Like you're using different syntax, or but like the solutions are relatively the same, I think, probably. I don't know. It's like the problem solving skills that you get from learning how to code in Unity, a lot of that mindset carries over into any other engine. It's just you're going to be using a different language or a different way of developing it. I would imagine, at least. Anyway. Okay, we can finally get to this tutorial again. Okay, she's deciding that she wants to go underneath my legs. Alright. Alright, let's try this again. And hopefully you guys can hear this okay.
So, in our project, we've set up TextMesh Pro and added a text element to our scene, so that way we can actually keep track of our score. Now what we're going to do is we actually need to use code and a variable to keep track of and update this score text whenever we need it. To do that, we're going to go into our game manager script. Now, one of the first things that we actually need to do in our script is we need to take advantage of these using keywords up here. Now, this entire time, as we've been doing our project, we've had these statements at the top of our program the entire time. Using is a special keyword in C# that enables you to import other libraries and packages into the current script that you're editing. It's particularly useful in cases where you import other libraries that you weren't initially using before. In our case, we've been using some of the standard C# libraries that we've needed, as well as we've actually been importing all of the different Unity methods and classes that we were using before. Different things like game objects or mono behavior. Since we're using TextMesh Pro, we actually need to import another package to do so. So we're going to type in using and then tm pro. So now our project will be using all of the different classes and methods for TextMesh so that we can actually interact with them and control our user interface. At the top of our class, we're going to declare a new variable. So this will be public. So we can assign it in the inspector. It'll be a TextMesh Pro UGUI, and we'll call it the score text. So this will be the text that we created before. On top of that, we'll need an actual variable to store our score. So it'll be a private, it'll be a whole number, so we'll make it an integer, and then we'll call it score. In our start method, we'll make sure that we set score to 0 so that TextMesh Pro won't have any issues in using it. And then underneath that, we'll actually use our score text variable. And in this case, we actually have to use the text itself. So we actually have to use .text to be able to set the text. And we'll set it to be score as a string literal, : space. And then we're going to concatenate in this case, our score variable. So as we update the score variable, it should change later. Now, in Unity, make sure that in your project hierarchy in the game manager, you assign the score text underneath the canvas into the score text in our game manager script. And now when we save, press play, you can see that our score is immediately set to 0.
You know what's really funny?
So what you're going to do is in your game manager script, at the top of the script, add a using TM Pro underneath all of the other using statements. For our variables in our script, we're going to create a public text mesh pro UGUI, as well as a private integer for our score. In our start method, we're going to set score to be 0, and for our score text variable, we're going to get the text element, and we're going to set that to be score : and then concatenate on our score variable. Now it's your turn.
What's funny is in my last project I did a scoring system, and for some reason instead of saying score dot dot to text or whatever it was score text to text dot or score text dot text equals score plus score. I had two separate text objects in the UI. One said score and the other one was the actual number. So of course when I tried, and I didn't know how to anchor stuff, so as soon as I put anchoring into that, they didn't stay with each other. I don't know why I didn't think to just add the actual score variable as part of the same string and have just one text object that said score : and then the score value. Like, that seems so obvious to me. Why would I make that two separate variables? That's ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, you live and you learn, I suppose. Some things are going to be easier and some things are going to be harder. I've been trying to recreate a similar thing to the bid system in UE. Oh boy, oh my god. That would be a trip. I think I have a potential solution for it though. Also, you can't seem to order a list in Unreal using blueprints, so that's fun. Oof. I know blueprints have a limitation. Sounds like you might have run into one. Because I know typically blueprints, and I think developers even have said that like blueprinting is mostly used for like quick prototyping and stuff. It's hard to make like a full-blown game using only blueprints. You're gonna have to use C++ for a lot of some of the more like complicated stuff. But it's weird that you can't even order lists in that. You would think you'd be able to. Whoops. Alright, hopefully that's switched. Okay. But yeah, I'm curious how well you'll be able to actually make that whole system with just blueprints. Because that's a very complicated system. Even testing it, I understood how, like, it took me a few months just to figure out how to approach testing that stuff, but you guys explained it pretty well to me over the course of the time that I was working with you guys. Okay. So we need to be using the TM Pro system. What is it? Using TM Pro. Yeah, that namespace. Declare a new public text mesh pro UGUI score text. So public text mesh pro GUI what exactly is a... Alright, I know from testing what... Actually, what is GUI? Oh, graphical... I knew that. I found a way around it, though. I just told it which position in the array each one of the 120 inventory slots should go into directly. This was really dumb, but it did work. Hey, whatever works, works. You know? There's a lot of stuff I did in my last prototype where stuff would constantly break, and then at some point I got something to work, but I got something to work that was kind of being communicated over like between 3 different scripts, which probably was not the most efficient way for me to do it, but I got it to work, and I'm still kind of new, so it's like I'm just trying to get something to function. But I did run into a lot of... I couldn't make a lot of adjustments later in the project very easily. Like switching scenes, I just couldn't do it because of the way that I set up my game manager. It either deleted the current game manager, or it would duplicate it, and I couldn't figure out a good way to do it. So instead of having 2 different scenes, I had 2 different UI menus that would turn on and off, that would handle pausing. No, not pausing. I didn't have pausing. The death screen, which does freeze the world, going back to the main menu, and credits and settings or something. But it was only one scene, because when I switched scenes, for whatever reason, I could not figure out how to get the game manager to not be destroyed without duplicating itself or without breaking something, because of the way everything else needed to exist within the game manager. So when it switched scenes, a bunch of stuff that the game manager is always managing disappeared, and it freaked the fuck out. So it's like I did not future-proof like scene management, and it was just a mess. Yeah, I did use Don't Destroy on... Oh, sorry, Lulu. I did use Don't Destroy on load, but the way other stuff was being... There was probably something else I could have done with Don't Destroy on load that didn't break it, but at the time, it was just like... It was a complete mess, and I just had... I did finally get stuff working, but there was one or two variables within the code that, like, isn't being referenced anywhere, but if I commented it out, a bunch of stuff would break. So it was being used somewhere, but I could not figure out where. So I was just like, okay, you know what? When I leave it alone, everything works as it should. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm not gonna touch it. It's fine. And that's how it's gonna be. And it's just something that I should, think about later in future projects. But yeah, maybe if I'm live streaming something like that again later, someone might be able to help. I ran into a similar problem with how I set things up in UE, so I think I'm going to have to level stream every other level or scene into a master scene as the game goes. Oof. Yeah, I haven't really messed a whole lot with scene management yet, so I think that's coming up later. Yeah, junior programmer, manage scene flow and data. So I'm sure I'm gonna learn some basics on how to do that, but I've never really done it before other than what I did at Full Sail. But it's been like 6 years since I actually did that, so. And I probably wasn't doing it right then. Okay, so this is going to be the score text. I'm going to assign that a variable in the inspector. So over here we need to wait for it to compile for a second. Because Unreal also doesn't have that don't destroy on load tag as far as I can tell. Really? How do you keep stuff from deleting themselves then? From scene to scene? Or is that what you were talking about? Like you kind of had to make a workaround. So if I want a persistent inventory, the rest of the game has to come to it and not the other way around. The rest of the game has to come to it and not the other way around. What the fuck? Is that like just a limitation of the blueprints? Oh no, but you said UE in general. There has to be something, right? Oh, like a Resident Evil 4 inventory grid style of infinite. Oh, I got what you mean. Okay. That's something that I'd like to try a hand at. Like 3D models resting on a grid, so that's a factor on my end. Oh, I got you. Someone told me that if I want to get into game design, to start prototyping systems, not so much little games. Stuff like that is what I'm thinking I should try my hand at more, is developing systems rather than whole game concepts. Or like maybe come up with a game concept and then design a system that would go into it. But I do want to make like a bunch of little small games too. But I should try and I should try and tackle like just a system in general. Like what you're doing with that inventory system. Oh, right. So we need, first off, we need this to, oh, we already have it. Okay, so score text is this. Create a new private int score variable and initialize it in start as score equals 0. Private int score. Then in start score equals 0. I have a hard time reading that on the iPad. Inventory largely works at the moment, but I did it in potentially the did it in the potentially hokiest fucking way imaginable. It runs on collision boxes. Like the actual inventory system, or like adding stuff to the inventory. Like the actual grid system runs on collision. Oh, wait. Oh, score text.text equals score plus score. Kind of both. Okay, so score text dot text. Why do I want that in start though? Oh, wait. Score plus... Oh, wait, no. Score? No. Score plus score. There we go. And it should look like that. Oh, wait. Start coroutine should be at the top. That would kind of make sense, actually. I guess that doesn't really matter that much. I don't think. updating score. So now, this is very...
We've set up our game now so that our score text can actually use
this is a little bit similar to what
I
did in my last
our
prototype.
game manager, but it doesn't actually do anything. So
but this is
we're
much
going
cleaner.
to add in ways that we can actually update our score. In our game manager class, we're going to create another function so that we can actually update our score and then update our score text accordingly. If we create a new method, we'll make this void for now since it's just calculating our score and then updating something already. We don't need it to return any values. We'll call it update score. And then in our update score, we're just going to take out our score text where we update it here, cut it, and paste it into our update score. Now, every time we call update score, it's just going to tell us our current score, which isn't really that useful since our current score is 0 and it's not actually doing anything. So we're going to use parameters here so that we can actually add to our score every time, and then that way it'll update the score text here. So we'll use an integer and call it score to add. So this will be the score that we add into our current score every time.
Than what I did.
Now we need to actually update the score itself before we update the text, because that's what the text is using to actually change the score. So if we type score, and then we say plus equals the score to add, now it'll add whatever value we pass into our parameter onto our score, because remember, this is the same as saying score is set to score plus score to add. So the original score that we had plus the value that we pass in here. And now it should update score. So now if we go to our start method, we should say update score. And we're not adding anything because it's the first time it's running. So it should just tell us the score, which should just be 0 anyways. So if we play our game, you should just see a 0. Cool. So we know that works, but we still need to update it. So I think a good place to update our score in our game manager is probably whenever we spawn a target, at least just for now, just to see that it works. So in here, every time we spawn a new enemy, we'll update our score. We'll just say 5 every time. So every time one of those blocks spawns, it should just add 5 to our score. So if we test this in our game, cool. So every time one of these blocks spawns, it adds 5 to our score every single time. So works for now. So what you're going to do in your game manager class is you're going to create your own update score method and pass in a parameter for the score to add. And then you're actually going to use some calculations so that we can take our current score and add in the score to add onto it already. And then using the line of code that we had in our start method before, we'll set our score text to be score concatenated with the new score that we updated. Now when you start the game, make sure you call update score and just pass it a 0 because we're not adding anything to it. And then just to test it out, in your spawn target method, add an update score call and just pass it the number 5 so that when you play your game, you should see it update too. Now it's your turn.
Wait, so when is the actual score being updated? Inside spawn target. Why though? Why on spawn target? Wouldn't it be when the target's destroyed? Whatever. I'm just following along at this point. Like, I don't know why we would do it there. whatever. Oh, the other thing that I'm having a problem with, I forgot. The way we have this programmed is... if they hit each other, they despawn. But I'm still using the code that he said to use, so... Oh, wait a second. I know how to fix this. Hold on. Sensor. Did he make a... Hold on. I need to back up a little bit here. Because when we made the... Hold on. Destroy target with click and sensor. On trigger, enter. But the objects are triggers. Right? Or should they not be? Maybe they're not supposed to be. But then does that break? They should still get destroyed by the sensor, and they have rigid bodies. The problem is, oh, they do still get clicked on. They're not supposed to be triggers. Oh, but then they do that. And then a handful of them do fall beyond the trigger. Or beyond the sensor. Oh, maybe they don't. Yeah, they do. Some of them do. Where's the sensor? Oh no, they're not. They do all get destroyed. Okay, but they still shouldn't be colliding with each other, should they?
So we've got the makings of a solid foundation for our game. So when we press play, you can see all of the different objects being thrown into the air. When they get past this sensor bar at the bottom, they get removed. If we click on them,
they do. Okay, so no, they weren't supposed to be triggers. So I did do that wrong. Okay, well, now that I know I have that figured out now. Okay. Alright, so let's start the music back up. Okay, so now create a new private void, update score method or function, which will be called in Unreal. Private void, update score. And then we need an int score to add. cut and paste the score.text.score. Wait, what? Cut and paste score text.text and put it in that void. Oh, I see. Okay. So then when the score updates, that's what the score text is going to say. And then call update score 0 in start. Update score 0. And then in update score, increment the score by adding score plus equals score to add. Oh, I see. Update score on spawn target? Whoops. Okay, so score plus what? No. Update score. And it'll be score to add. No, 5. Bingo. So now if we play, I'm assuming score should oops. Nice. Hell yeah. Okay, so that's done. So add score when targets are destroyed. Okay, we are doing that. Cool. That's
now,
what I figured.
We've set up our code so that we can update our score through a method, but the problem is that our score is just updating every time an object spawns, which could be fine for some games, but in this case, we want to actually update our score when we click on one of the boxes. So we're going to change that in our code. Now, in our Game Manager class, this could be one place where we actually create our code to be able to figure out which one of our targets we're spawning and then accordingly assign points as a result to update our score. Another way that we could do this is by communicating between our two scripts. In our target script, because we're already checking when we click on one of these objects and destroy them as a result, this could be a really good place where we can add in this line of code to be able to update our score. The problem is we can't just type in update score because our program has no idea what we're trying to do. Because update score lives in our Game Manager script. What we're actually going to need to do is get a reference to our Game Manager script that's attached to the Game Manager already inside of our scene, so that way we can get the live data as it happens. To do that, we'll need to start by creating a reference to that Game Manager. So we need private, and then we can type Game Manager. So this will be our Game Manager script. And we'll just call it the Game Manager because that's what it is. Now, in our start method, where we're assigning all of the different components, this is where we can assign our Game Manager to be the game manager script of our actual game. So we need to use game manager. We'll set this. Now we need to actually find the game object that is our game manager that we already have in our project. So we use game object. And we have to find
game manager.
And in this case, we're finding the actual name of our object. So it's game space manager. And then now that we've found the game manager object, we actually need to get the script from it. So we .get component, and then we use our left and right carets, type game manager. So this will get us the game manager script. So now we have a reference to our game manager with our game manager variable. Now what we should be able to do in our onMouseDown method is if we use game manager for a variable, and then we type dot, similar to how we have random.range to call methods from other classes. In this case, we're calling a method from our game manager script. Should be, if we type update, send message upwards. Interesting. So I don't actually see... I don't see that method in there. If I go to my game manager script, let's see, update score. So the problem is, because update score is actually a private method right now,
it needs to be public.
Only other methods inside of our game manager script can see it. Similar to how we make our variables public to see them in Unity, if I make this method public and then I save our game manager, now in our target script, if I type in dot and I put update, there you go. So update score is now a public method. So now I can update this outside of the game manager script itself. So now whenever I click on one of the boxes, our score should be updated by 5. In game manager, I just want to make sure that I remove the update score from the spawn target, because that's pretty useless. Save that script. And now, if I test my game in Unity, when I click one of the objects, my score updates by 5 every time.
The other thing I'm curious about too is
what you're gonna do.
Why wouldn't update score
in your
be
game
just
manager script
in
under spawn target?
Oh, it is.
Remove the line for your update score, so we don't need that anymore. And then in our update score, you're actually going to add the public keyword to the method, so that way we can call it outside of this script. In our target script, you're going to create a reference variable for our game manager. In your start method, you're actually going to find that game manager, specifically the game object that's already in our scene, and you're going to get the component of its game manager script. And then in the onMouseDown method, just make sure to update the score by 5 every time we destroy one of the game objects. Now it's your turn.
Okay. For whatever reason, for some reason I thought update score was being written in target, but we're in game manager. Because I was wondering why update score was being written in target, but then being pulled from target in game manager, when that sounded backwards to me. It's because it is. And I was thinking of it backwards. Update score was written in game manager and will be utilized from game manager in target. So start the music again. So in game manager, make private void public. I don't know why I had that written as private. Oh, he did too. Okay. Okay. Then we're not going to call that in here. We're instead going to call it in target. So in target, we need... Excuse me. Private game manager call it Game Manager. And in Start, we initialize it. I'll just put it down here, it's fine. Game Manager equals game object dot find game manager dot get component, so that we can get the game manager script off of it, dot update score. Just kidding, that's not what we want. We just want that. Game manager equals game object.find game manager, and we are looking specifically for the game manager component. So that on mouse down, game manager dot update score 5 as the score to add. Delete the method call where from spawn target. Oh, I already did that. Okay. So now, when we go to play it, it should only update the score when we click on a ball. So they launch into the air, nothing is happening. Click one. Hold on a second. Why did it not go up the first time I clicked? Why is that happening? Oh, that's why. Huh. Whoops. You need to come first. That's why. Oh, come on. Cut. Paste. There we go. Because the score to add was still 0 when I go to click on it, because that was happening first, and then the score to add was increased. So it was increasing it on the second click instead of the first because of the order of those two lines. That's why the order of operations is always down and left to right. So because I had score plus equals score to add, if that is starting at 0, then it updated the score with 0 in mind instead of adding it, and then it would add. But because I flipped these around, now it'll update the score to add, which is 5, or score plus the score to add. It updates that, and then the score.text updates following that. So the reason why it was 0 on the first click is because those were reversed and happening backwards. But now that's fixed. Okay. All right, we are going to continue. I am going to take a quick break, though, so that I can get up and walk. And just take a breather for a second. So we're going to take, like, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. So go to the bathroom, get something to eat, drink, whatever you need to do, and we will continue this in a few. All right, we'll be back. Sorry that took me so long. I'm back. Okay. Let me just subtract the time we just did from my timer. So that was what, 54 minutes? Minus 50, minus 4. Okay. So, where were we? We were just on the next thing. Assign a point value to each target. Ah, here we go.
Great. So now when we play our game, every time we click on one of the different objects that spawn, it updates our score by 5. Now, the one problem is we have these skulls, right, and they should be decreasing our points because they're bad objects. So we're going to set that up in our code. In our target script, what we're going to do is we're actually going to create a new public variable. So this will be a public. Since we pass an int to our method, this will be an integer, and we'll call it point value. Now in Unity, if we actually go into each of our prefabs, you can see that on our target script, there's now a point value that we can apply. So with our skulls, we'll make them -10. With our first crate, we'll set this to be 5. In our second crate, we'll set this to be 10. And then in our third crate, we'll set this to be 15. So now each of our prefabs has a point value assigned to it. Now back in our target script, we can change the 5 in our update score to be the point value. And now when we test our game, because each of these different scripts on all of the different prefabs are all unique in their own way, applied onto each of these different objects. Now, if we play our game and we press play, we should see different point values. -10, -5, that one goes up. That one is 5, I think this is 15, perfect. So we have our score updating every time we press one of these different boxes. Broke 100, perfect, okay. Now, the cool thing is, because of our target script, each of the point values is assigned uniquely onto each prefab, so they each have their own value. We could do this a different way, where in our on mouse down, we could check by name which object we're actually assigned to right now. So for example, if it's that first crate, then we can update the score using an if statement. However, that's a bit more work and a lot more coding, which is something if you want to do, you can. Otherwise, you can use this method where we make the point value public, and then you can assign it differently onto each different prefab. So what you're going to do is you're going to create a new public int for your point value. In on mouse down, you're going to change the 5 to be the point value. In Unity, you're going to go into each of the prefabs, update the point value underneath the target scripts, and then when you test it out, you should see that all the values are different as you click each of the different objects. Now it's your turn.
All right. So in target, create public int point value. Public int, nope, int point value. making it public. And then on mouse down, update score to point value. And then it's as simple as that. And then in each of these, we're going to change them. Let's make this 3 points. We'll make, which one is this? The football? 5 points. Make this one 10. We'll make this one -5. Bingo. This is way more efficient and less codey than, or less code heavy than how I was doing this before. I should show you what my code looked like from the other game. It's a fucking mess. I literally had, I'm pretty sure I had something that, it was a whole other like score keeper object that was like a spawn manager and a game manager. I had a whole other thing that handled the scoring, which makes absolutely no sense. My project, assets, scripts. Yeah, a score count object. I'm just gonna open it with Notepad. Oh, just kidding. That thing's empty. Maybe I okay. So maybe I did have the. Where the hell's the game manager? Oh, I did have it. Why is it outside the scripts? What the fuck? What was I thinking? Yeah, so I had a scorekeeper. I had a scorekeeper that controlled a bunch of different stuff. And then the game manager did a bunch of different stuff. Why I didn't just handle the scoring right in here? It was just made no sense. Don't save. Anyway, this is real dumb. This is way more efficient and less complicated. Like, I feel like I overcomplicated it. This makes way more sense. Okay. So now, when we go to hit play, the bomb should now subtract our score. Everything else has a specific value. So if I click the bomb, subtract score. Oh. I should probably increase and give myself a little bit more wiggle room when it comes to that clicking on these things. I have the triggers or the colliders set to basically the exact shape size. So you have to click exactly on the object in order for it to work. I feel like I should expand the box colliders on the balls just to give a little bit more wiggle room with where the click has to be at. I've done that in previous prototypes where I ran a playtest for a prototype that I made way back like after college, before I even got a job in the industry. And they would complain that the I don't know if you've ever played Hardest Game Ever, the world's hardest game or whatever it was called. It was like a flash game, and you're basically just this block that moves across a plane, and you just have to avoid these objects. That's it. And it's like 20 or 30 levels, and they progressively just get insanely difficult. So I was basically just trying to copy that, just like as a prototype to work on. And the way I had it set up originally was the box colliders on all of the hazards were exact to the shape, but when players played it, when they ran into it, it felt like they would say that it felt like they would die before they touched it. So it constantly they were constantly perceiving it as they were hitting it. It was killing them before they hit it, but it was actually killing them at the moment that they hit it. So I actually had to shrink the box collider. The Impossible Game is an endless runner side scroller. No, it was here, let me see if I can find it. World's hardest game. Hopefully this still works. I don't think it has music or anything. But it's like on an old Flash game website. Yeah, it was an Honor Games game. And you basically have to... That's loud. And then you just have to get to the other green zone. And yeah, it's 30 levels. It's 30 levels, and it gets progressively harder. I know, I played so many Flash games. Flash games introduced me to the concept that literally anybody can make a game. Like, you do not have to have like a job in the games industry. You don't have to have like an insane amount of skill, or you don't have to be a genius. You just have to have something that you can use to make games, and then you can just have at it. Like, you can look stuff up, you can learn how to program, you can get, like, back then, probably, like, textbooks that you could just borrow from the library to teach you how to code. Like, there were ways where you could find out how to teach yourself how to make games, and you can just make it in, like, Adobe Flash, or whatever the program was. And I never understood that until much, much later in life. Pretty much when I decided to pursue video games as a career, I quickly figured out that, literally you can just download Unity or download Unreal, or Game Maker, whatever. There's a bunch of like open source, just free tool sets out there that you can just download right now and just start messing around with it. And do that for a few months, and you'll probably have a Flash game on your hands. So I used to play Flash games on the daily back in like middle school and high school. And that was one of the ones I never ever beat. But it was simple enough that I could just make a copy of it, essentially. So I did that in Unity, and I had people playtest it, and basically they complained, or not really complained, but one of the one of the points of feedback that someone gave was that it felt like they died early before the game actually, before a hazard hit me. But to fix that, I basically made it so that the colliders on all of the hazards were actually slightly smaller than the actual object itself. So it felt fairer, even though the collider was actually smaller than what it was supposed to be, because players would perceive being hit early when it was actually on time. So it was just like a weird... And it wasn't like a hard fix. You just shrink the box collider and call it a day. But the fact that it had that much of an impact on how they perceived the game, like perceived the game's fairness, is pretty crazy. I don't remember what the point of that was, but because I feel like the collider should be a little bit bigger for where I can click, because it does feel a little strict on where you can click. Like, it has to be right on the ball, otherwise it just doesn't work. Anyway, add a particle explosion. There's probably a particle explosion somewhere in here.
Our score is now perfect and ready to go, so each time we click one of the different objects that spawn, it gives us a different number, which is a lot of fun. You can see the score updates, but it definitely doesn't look or feel that cool when you click on the different ones, so we're going to up the coolness factor by a lot by using some particle effects. In our target script, we're going to create a new public variable so we can assign it in our editor. It'll be a particle system. And we'll call this the explosion particle. Now we want to make sure whenever we destroy one of our objects, we use our explosion particle. So in our onMouseDown method, we're going to create a new explosion every time we destroy the game object. So we can actually instantiate our explosion particle. We'll set the position to be the position that our current game object is at. And we'll just set the particle to be at the same rotation that it was at before. Now, in Unity, just make sure that on each of the different prefabs, you open them up, and we need to assign them each explosion particles. So if we open up our course library, we actually have some particle effects that we can already use. So I think for the case of our skull, we'll make it like, we'll make it like a green color. See what that looks like. For our first good crate, we'll make this something like yellow. For our second good crate, we'll make this something like a purple. And then for our third good crate, we'll make this something like, let's make it blue. Now, if we try our game again, we click on one box, there's purple, yellow. This one should be green. Cool. So now we have these really cool eye-catching effects whenever we click on one of the different objects, and just makes our game feel a little bit cooler. So what you're going to do is in your target script, you're going to create your own public particle system variable. In your onMouseDown method, where we destroy our object, we are then going to create a new explosion particle, and we'll make sure to set it to the current position of what our game object is at, and make sure the rotation is the same as the actual explosion particle. And then in Unity, just make sure you go to each of your different prefabs and assign an explosion particle from the course library folder in our particles folder, where there are a variety of different explosions that you can use. Now it's your turn.
Okay. So we can apply different explosion particles effects to each individual object with the way that we're doing this. Okay, so we need a public... Well, let's minimize that just so that we can actually see this. So in target, we need public particle system, explosion particle, and then we're going to play it here. Oh, I guess it can just be down here. It doesn't really matter as long as it comes before the object gets destroyed. Instantiate, explosion particle, excuse me, transform dot position. What's wrong with this? What? Yeah, transform dot position. Why is that not working? Explosion particle. What? Oh. Yeah, transform dot position. Transform dot rotation. Yeah. I needed that third parameter. Cool. Oh, I guess. Oh, no. Explosion. Oh, I want explosion particle dot rotation. Dot transform dot rotation. And then I guess I want this after destroy. I don't think it really matters. As long as it happens after destroy, I don't think it really matters if the point thing happens first or not. No, it shouldn't. Not for this. So now if we go back, oh, it might help if we actually assigned these. Alright, so prefabs. Bad. We need particle effect. Whoa, hold on a second. We want a particle system, right? Oh, it needs a particle system. Wait, hold on. I wanted a particle system, right? Not a... Hold on. why it's not showing up here. Okay, I want that one because it looks more like an actual explosion. Or maybe yellow will look better. Let's do yellow for the bomb. So the bad one, we want yellow for good one. We'll do black. For the football, we'll do brown. And then for the beach ball, oh, is there no white? We'll do green. So now when we play, excuse me, they should explode. Hey, look at that. Fuck. Where's my score? Oh, I'm zoomed in. That's why. Okay. Thought my score just was gone. Look at that. Nice. Can do that for so now we can do that, the explosion thing for our rockets in the game, and the rocket's size could probably be equal to the explosion. Well, we already have the explosion radius. We can just have it. Maybe we can do particle system dot radius. Is that a thing? So like explosion particle dot radius, explosion particle dot maybe not, because you're instantiating. We're instantiating. That's something that we can save for when we try to figure that out. Let's just focus on getting through this tutorial first. But I think that's it. We did it. So, lesson recap.
Now we've made it to the end of this lesson, and we've added in some more functionality to our game, so you can see that we have some UI for our text over here. Whenever we play our game, as we click each of the different objects, it updates our score accordingly. And whenever we remove each of these objects, it creates a cool explosion particle effect on our screen. In addition, we learned how to use some new features in Unity, like Text Mesh Pro, to be able to create smart UI elements using things like our canvas to actually position all of our text on our screen, using different things like anchor points to be able to tell Text Mesh Pro whether we want something to be located always within the center of our screen or in one of the corners of our screen.
I mean,
that way, whenever a player plays your game on a different device, like a phone or a computer, the text will align itself accordingly. In addition, in our Game Manager script, we learned how to import our library for Text Mesh Pro using the using statement, in our game manager class, we also added in a custom method using parameters and really used it for its public keyword so that in our target script, we can actually call that update score method, give it a parameter to update on, and then update the score on our game. So in our next lesson, we'll add in a lot more UI elements like a button, so that way, whenever a player misses one of these crates or their score goes to negative, we can end the game and reset it. See you in the next lesson.
Can you guys hear that through the microphone? I think there's cicadas outside. I kept hearing like a... Oh, maybe not so much right now. It's kind of faint, but I'm hearing it through the microphone. There's a bunch of cicadas outside. And I think the microphone is picking it up. They're loud. Okay. I think that's a good place to wrap up for game dev stuff. There's a handful of stuff that I still want to do through this. Like there's 2 more tutorial lessons plus a challenge before we actually continue our lab stuff, which is continuing that prototype. Now that we have UI stuff, I don't even have design wise, I don't even have decided yet how I want to handle scoring or how I want to handle health stuff. So maybe that's something that we can, maybe next game dev stream, I'm not going to do this stuff, like the lessons here, as part of the stream. Maybe we'll focus only on the game, and we'll maybe hit the drawing board and look at some documentation, just try and figure out how we want to handle health, how we want to handle the actual level design, like each wave, the intensity of each wave, the actual game stuff, the actual game loop stuff. We've got the main functionality going. We have the rocket working, we have the basic shooting working. Zombies are still a little bit funky, they'll randomly wander off in different directions, so that's something that we need to work on a little bit, but that's something that we can try fixing a little bit later on down the road. But I want to continue implementing stuff, and we can fix stuff as we go. But I think I'm going to take another quick break, maybe just 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and maybe we'll continue doing the game dev stuff, or maybe we'll just continue, or maybe we'll continue this next time. Probably not tomorrow night. I'd rather just play games tomorrow night, either on stream or otherwise. I'm off on Wednesday and Thursday, but I do have to leave to go back down to Champaign to get a bunch of the rest of my stuff from my old apartment. And that's going to be an all-day endeavor, so I'm likely not going to be streaming on that day, whichever day I do that on. But anyway, we're going to take another break. I'm going to come back, and I'll think it over on whether or not I want to continue game dev stuff on this stream and just continue doing tutorials. Or maybe we can at least get score functionality in the actual game. Maybe we'll do that. Switch projects to the zombie one, implement what we just learned from the UI tutorial, get some kind of scoring functionality, and go from there. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Either that, or we're gonna start playing Ayuden Chronicle. But yeah, we will be back again in 10 minutes. So I will see you then. All right, I'm back. All right. So we're going to... I'm debating still. Let me check how much time I still have on this. So we just did another 32 minutes, so minus 30. Whoops. Let's try it again. So we're at 103. Minus 30 is 73. Minus another 2 is 71. So an hour and some change. Fuck it. Let's continue. We're gonna do more games, Ev. Might as well finish out the 3 hours that I set aside for today. Or that I wanted to do today. There's other stuff I wanted to do today, but I'd also like to play some Stellar Blade and do my Fortnite dailies, so... And still go to bed at a decent time, so you gotta make some cuts somewhere. I'll just have to get up a little bit earlier. I ate away like a couple hours of time this morning by not getting up early. Okay. We're going to continue the timer, and we are going to close out this project. And instead of continuing on the tutorials, we're going to open our zombie game. What the fuck? It's the 8th. And there's people, like, right fucking next door shooting off fireworks. And it's scaring the shit out of our dog. they've been doing this for like the last 2 weeks, basically. And this is Illinois. It's not legal to have, rocket fireworks. Or mortar fireworks, excuse me. And the fact that they just continue to launch them in the neighborhood. Like literally 2 houses down. I'm probably sounding like a grumpy old man, but you know what? It's also 9 o'clock on a fucking weekday. Like, we have to work tomorrow. Like, some people have to get up super early and are, like, in bed right now.
Pizza time.
Sorry, 1 second, I can't see your name. Is it... I'm probably going to say this wrong. Is it Taurus? Terrace? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Taras? Okay, Taras. Okay. Welcome in. Okay. We are going to... Oh, right. I was still opening this. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do, we're not going to follow the lessons right now. We are going to... I mean, we kind of are and kind of aren't. But we're going to open the code that we just did in that tutorial, and we're going to essentially set up... Sorry, I'm thinking to myself here. I don't know if we're going to be keeping score in this game. I think it's just going to be kind of survive. Let's get a score just for practice. If we don't end up using the scorekeeping in the final prototype, or the final project, I'm not gonna do like anything crazy with this project. It's mostly gonna be a short little, or maybe I don't know what I'm doing with this project, honestly. It's just prototyping right now. If it leads to something a little bit more substantial, then that's great. Otherwise, we'll just get it so that it's like, so that it looks and plays like a small final product. Demo, sure. Yeah, we're doing a little demo. If we don't end up doing it in the final demo, then, you know, what's the harm in doing it? It's not like we're on like a tight deadline or anything. We're just kind of screwing around. Okay, so we're gonna first off, we need a canvas. Actually, we can just do this, it'll make a canvas. Import TMP essentials. And we're essentially just gonna copy the same code that we just did in that Unity lesson. So we'll have... we'll just call it score text. We'll just copy everything, basically. And we need this to be 2D so that we can see it better. Let's move this up here. We're going to anchor it to the top left. Yep, top left. And we're probably going to need to change... Oh yeah, that's gonna... It needs... Okay, hold on. The text needs to be bigger first off. And it also needs to... Let's add a... Can we make an outline on it? Here we go. So we want an outline on it, and we want it to be thick. Let's add a thick with a CC. Oh yeah. Oh no. I didn't know it would be that thick. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Let's set it to like that. Like a 1 point. Let's just round it up to 0.2. There we go. And then let's make bold. Yeah, that looks better. And then we have more. We do not have more fonts. Can we go to the Unity asset store and find a cool font? Like UI? No, not AI. I want UI. GUI? Yeah, here we go. And we want something that's free. Yeah, we want that. Oops. Nope, I didn't want to. There we go. We want GUI. Pricing, we want... Oh, there's only one. There's only one free one. Okay. What about 2D? There we go. And... Here we go. That's what I want. Oh no, that's not what I want. Do they have any text? Can I search specific? Oh, that's icons. I want... Here we go. Fonts. Yes. There we go. And I want something that looks like blood or zombies. Oh, and I want free. Probably not going to get that with free. That's okay. Retro sprite. I guess we could do that and make it red. Oh, that's cool. Built-in, compatible. Uh-oh. What kind of project are we doing? I don't know if this is going to be... Oh, and it does let you change the color. Yeah, let's add it to the assets. I accept. Okay. Yes, open in the editor. download it. And then import. Uh-oh, can I not get that? We're gonna find out. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that looks awesome. Okay. All right, let's just make it red. If it'll let me. Or is it this? There we go. We want that. Oh, I see. Okay, that's the vertex color. But I also wanted to be able to be seen. Okay. Ha! I like that. Extra settings. Oh, but this one doesn't have outlining though either. Oh yeah, it does. Doesn't it? Face, outline. Okay, it does. Okay. Okay, so then we can make this a brighter red. Yeah. That looks okay, right? We can always make adjustments to it later. And that should still look fine in game. It does need to be a little bit bigger because that's pretty small. I don't know. Against the gray, not so much. Let's get the rockets. The tanks definitely need their mass updated a little bit. Are we getting errors? No. Okay. Hi, little Rusty. How's it going? Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Okay. I love this font. That's so cool. There's probably better fonts that I could find, but I don't want to pay $20 for a font pack. Not right now, at least. Not without a little bit more disposable income where I can actually set aside money for buying assets. Especially if they're available for commercial use, then I could sell this without worrying about any copyright issues and just make sure I credit them. I don't think this one is. How do you know whether or not it's for commercial use? Is there a specific license to look for? Like, is that part of the... Your use of the Unity Asset Store. Yep. warranties, liability, change of terms, general legal terms, end users' rights and obligations, non-restricted assets. The following concerns only assets that are not restricted assets, subject to the restrictions set forth in this EULA. Licensor hereby grants the end user a non-exclusive, non-transferable worldwide and perpetual license to the asset solely to incorporate the asset together with substantial original content not obtained through the Unity asset store into an electronic application or digital media that has a purpose, features, and functions beyond the display, performance, distribution, or use of assets as an embedded component of that licensed product. Monetize the asset within and for use within a licensed product via in-app purchases and except as set forth in 2.2.1.1 below. Modify the assets in connection with A, B, C, and D. So you can use it? I might have to look into more research on that, because I don't want to think I'm able to use an asset commercially only to find out after I've made money on a game. Even just a couple bucks, like I sell 1 or 2 copies, I'm not expecting to make a lot of money, but it probably looks good on a resume to have sold an original game, even if it's only a couple copies. Because I do want to put stuff on Steam, even just like small little, like this game, if I don't know if this project in particular will end up on Steam. I'm still just kind of playing around with this, but if it does, I want to make sure that whatever assets I use are okay to use for commercial purposes. You know, without potentially being sued by the maker of it. I guess I probably wouldn't get sued. I would take it down immediately if it turned out that I wasn't supposed to be selling with it, but whatever. That's a concern for another day. I'm not selling this game, so until that statement is no longer true, I'm not going to worry about it. Where was I? Right. So we're doing score. So we're essentially just going to copy the code that we made a little bit ago. So we're just going to open that up. Prototype 5, assets, scripts, game manager, ooh, you know what? We already have a spawn manager going on right now. We don't have a game manager. We have a spawn manager. Hold on. Where are we handling... Is it in the spawn manager? I just need to see where we're handling the, you know what? We're gonna make a game manager right now, and that's where we're gonna handle it. Because I think this is the mistake that I made last project, is I started having a bunch of stuff that should have been handled by a game manager in a bunch of different other scripts, and things just got crossed and it was a mess. So we're gonna make a game manager right now before I start making those same mistakes. So game manager. make that script. Script, create C# script. We're going to call it game manager. This we're actually going to call game space manager. Game manager. We're going to add the game manager script to it. We're going to open that up. Okay. So. This is where we're going to start copying a lot of stuff from that previous script. Whoops. So we're going to open this. And just so I don't have a bunch of code from 2 different projects all in the same Visual Studio window, I'm going to open this in a notepad. Hold on, where is target? Instantiate targets, spawn target. Oh, no, never mind. This makes sense for that other game because it was spawning a bunch of targets in the same area. Because of the way that we're handling spawning enemies in, I don't want that in the manager. I'd rather have a separate spawn manager that handled all of that stuff. Game Manager, however, is going to manage the score. And that's only going to do the math. It is only going to add the score when it needs to add the score. It is not going to be in control of when items get killed. It is not, or when zombies get killed. It is not going to manage players' health or anything like that. It's only going to update the score when it is called by some other behavior. I think that makes sense. Maybe. Yeah, let's just do that. And if it doesn't work, or if it starts to get messy, we'll scrap it and start over. No, this is fine. Let's just... this can just be straight up copied. It's not anything too crazy. It doesn't matter. We need the score. Oh. It might help if I actually define what the variable is. Private. No, it needs to be public. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Yeah, it does, because it needs to be accessed by another script. So public int score private no public text social platforms. What is it again? Text Mesh Pro. That's what I need. I don't need the social platforms thing. Why is that showing up? Text Mesh Pro. That's what I need. There we go. All right, and then public text mesh pro GUI. And we'll call it score text, just like we did in the previous thing. And then on start, we need to initialize it. So score text equals game object dot find score text. Cannot implicitly convert game object to, oh, just kidding. Oh, we're gonna plug it in. Score text equals how did I do that in here? On start. Oh, on start, score needs to equal 0. Actually, I think that's it, right? Oh, right. And then update score 0. Then we don't need these because that's a different thing. How much time did I say? 71 minutes? Hour and some change? Okay. So we're only going for like another 40-something minutes. That's okay. I think we did a lot today. But I do want to get this functioning. So score equals 0 at start. Plus score. And then this update score is going to be on is it projectile behavior? Yes. So we need public, no, private, game manager, nope, game manager, suggested name, I will take the suggested name, and game manager equals find, no, game object dot find game manager dot get component game manager. Okay. And then game manager dot update score 1. And it should be as simple as that. Okay. It should be working. I do need to get a reference to something. Score text. We did need that. Okay, let's see what happens. Is it gonna start screaming at me? Yep. Nope. It's just not gonna display what I wanted it to. Why? That's why. Wait, no. Is that not being defined? Oh, it does need to be called in the start, though. Update score. Update score. 0. And then we just have to make sure that when that's called, it automatically updates score to add. Whoops. Ow. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, now it should work. It should say score 0. And then when we kill something, it'll go up like so. That text needs to be bigger. That is tiny. Let's change the font size to like 50. 60. Whoa, what just happened? Oh, that's 560. We want 60. Whoop. We don't want it to wrap. Auto size. Actually, hold on. We need to... There we go. We just need to make that object a little bit bigger. Whoa. Nope. Is it that way? Is it that we needed bigger? Yeah, there we go. That makes sense. Hell yeah. We have score counting and a cool font. That font does look pretty messy, actually. It looks kind of cool. It's the only free one I could find that kind of looks like blood or a zombie thing, so... And I don't know how to make my own font, so... I've never done it before. But we've got score. I do wish there was a way for me to fix the raycast issue. Maybe I just need to make a bigger plane so that the camera never actually leaves the plane? And we do need to make some adjustments to the mass of these guys. Oh, you know what? I wonder if the blowback is because they have angular drag on their rigid bodies. Because I'm not launching them in the air anymore. So they're probably getting resistance, and the explosion doesn't look like it's as effective. No, they don't have any drag. What happens if I change the angular drag? To 0. I forget what that actually does. Well, what's going on, bud? Why'd you get stuck like that? Why are the tanks getting stuck all of a sudden? Why are you getting stuck? That's why? They're stuck in the ground. Have they been like that? They've been like that the whole time. Oh my god. Okay, we need to change that. I was wondering why the tanks were moving so weird. Half their bodies are in the ground. Alright, let's pull you out. Let's move you up. Override. Oh, let's save. Tank. Override. No? Can I not override that? Why can I not override that? Save. Overrides. Prefab open. Can I not save that? See, now that makes a little bit more sense. But then the new ones still are stuck on the ground. Hold on a second. Why? It should let me... Okay, I guess I'll just copy and then paste it to the prefab. Okay. So now when they spawn in, that should spawn in above the ground again. Or above the ground instead of halfway in it. Nope, still... Why are you doing that? Generate random spawn position. Oh, that's why. Ooh, okay. Because they're spawning at 0 on the y-axis. That's why. Okay, let's... We're going to make some changes to this. Just a small change. Actually, no, we don't need that to be a vector 3. Public float y spawn position. We'll make that public and make adjustments to the prefabs themselves, just so that when they spawn, their y position... Whoops. I need to use that, though. In the random position thing. Y... spawn position. Okay, and then we'll just adjust. Actually, we don't need to make that. Hold on, is that X and Y? Yeah. Wait. Can I just do X and Z? No. Fortunately not. Okay. So Z will be spawn position Z, and then Y will be enemies. Float, get enemy, or get prefab Y position. Float Y position equals Y position is declared but never used. That's okay. It's going to be used right here. For each, shit, how do I do a for each loop again? For each, int I in enemies, transform. Y position in enemies. Oh. Y pose in enemies. Oh, for each... Oh, hold on. Each game object... Ah, fuck. Game object in enemies. Y position or Y pose. Actually, game object enemy in enemies. Enemy dot transform dot dot position dot Y Y position equals that return Y position. Oh, because it's a float. Fuck. Wait, use of unassigned local variable. What do you mean? I'm assigning it right here. Oh. Huh? Hold on, what's the problem? The name Y position does not... What? Use of unassigned local variable. Okay, this is dumb. That's not working. Why is random not working now? What? Okay, let's roll back to before I even created this. Okay. That's not gonna work. I just want this to be... Just trying to think here. I just realized something. No, not alien chase. The fuck? What? Oh, is it in alphabetical order? I don't want it in alphabetical order. Bring up my action game. We need a new bug, or a new bug. Tanks spawn with their bodies halfway through the ground. Bug. When the spawn manager spawns any zombies, it spawns where for sure. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good night. When the spawn manager spawns any zombies, it spawns where it spawns at transform equals random 0 random which is fine for smaller zombies, but tanks are taller, so they spawn in the ground. Okay, so this is something that we're probably going to have to figure out. How are we on time? It's been 54 minutes. We've got, what, 15 minutes left? So minus 50, 21, minus another 4. That's 7. So 27 minutes, about a half hour. Well, we'll continue spawning that at 0. I thought it would be as simple as just, hey, just call the zombies the prefab's Y position. Well, it's spawning based on an array of enemies. So I need to figure out how to call that index's spawn position. And I forgot how to call a specific index. Is it just... But if I'm not using the index specifically in that method, I don't think I can actually call it. I mean, I can. But, like, the name I does not exist in the... I'm not trying to use I. I'm trying to use... Yeah, so that has to be defined in... Like, how can I just call a reference to just any index in the array? check any index of an array. I couldn't choose a better title for this, but I have several buttons attached to a transform array. Basically want to check if the player clicked or tapped an Android on any button of it and return the index of that button in the array. Do array cast. Oh, because he's clicking something. Let's keep it at 0 for now. That is a bug though, because they're spawning in the ground. I need it to spawn at the prefab's Y position. I think I had the right idea when I was originally writing that one method, but I need to have something that defines an index that checks all of the indexes within the enemy array. Plus that's future-proof too, because if there's more enemy types and I grow that number of the array, if I define the array, if I'm using the array's length and defining all indexes of that array, if I add more zombie types to that array, it shouldn't make any difference because it's already checking the full array and all of its indexes. I don't know. So that's something we're probably going to have to wrestle with. There's a couple bugs already on here. Why is this... Why are you arranged alphabetically? Most recent, please. I only ever used the top 3, basically. So we've got... Oh, we fixed this. So we already fixed that one bug. We still need to fix this one. Oh, I forgot to restart the timer. Alright. Well, we did a lot of messing around with this today. We have a basic score check. I don't know if that scoring is going to stick, because I don't think this is the type of game I want to just like keep a score. Maybe keep track of how many zombies die, how many zombies the player killed, so that each wave of zombies gets bigger and bigger. The player can survive as long as they can, and it'll keep track of how many zombies they killed. Maybe at some point we can incorporate a leaderboard. I have never done any networking code, and I don't know if I would have to pay for like a server or something to hold on to those values or not. I don't know. I've never done any network programming, but it might be fun to try so that we could have like a public score thing. Maybe that's what angular drag is, because now they just go flying and sliding. Yeah. Alright, well, I think we're good. There's still technically 25 minutes left, but I don't really have anything I want to do for the next 25 minutes game design or game development wise. And it's getting kind of late. I don't really want to start a game on stream because then I feel like I need to commit to like at least 2 hours if I'm going to play Eiyuden Chronicle. I do want to play more games on stream. We haven't been doing that, and I really want to get back to that. Especially if I want to start crossing more games off my playlist for this year. Kind of got to get on that. But yeah. But I am going to wrap up there. Let's end the game development stuff. And I think we're going to find someone to raid. I believe VIPG just went live. I don't know what she's playing. Probably more Fortnite. At least I think she just went live. Let's see who else is live. I know Sky's live. I don't know what she's playing. Probably Elden Ring. Following viewers low to high, just so I can go through that. Oh, maybe she's not live. No, she is, and she's playing Elden Ring. So we could go raid her. Dan Snacks is playing Sea of Thieves. Darlin Sincerus is playing Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know how far she is. I want to avoid spoilers. Casey Diaz is playing Fortnite. What are we in the mood for? Oh! Always Monica's playing Super Mario Odyssey. I know she was going through like a bunch of the Zelda games. Is she doing Mario playthroughs now? We haven't rated her in a really long time. Let's go say hi to her. I don't think we rated her since I was in my old apartment. Like, not the one I just moved out of. The one I was in before that. Because I think she was playing Skyward Sword at the same time that we were. That was a while ago. Yeah. We're gonna go say hi to Monica. Okay. Also, Nightbot's fucking working again. So, if you're not in the Discord, there it is there. Here's all the different ways to support me. I also just started a Ko-fi thing. It's kind of a big goal, and don't feel obligated to donate to it at all. I just did get a new job, but in the time that I lost my last one and now, I've burned through about $7,000 of my savings, and it took me 4 years to build that. So I'm gonna try and see if I can rebuild that with Twitch money, at least some of it. So if you want to donate to that Ko-fi fund, it's greatly appreciated, but not at all required. But yeah. Otherwise, there's all the different ways that you can support me, free or otherwise. There's the link to the Discord. And you can find me on anywhere that you're watching this live right now. I think Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. Just Big Slice Gaming everywhere. But yeah, if you're in the Discord, I'll let you guys know in there when the next stream is. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Wednesday, I don't know yet. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to go say hi to Monica and hang out with some Mario Odyssey. Have a good night, everybody.
Excuse me? Oh, there. Finally, we got a third one. Big Slice Gaming, welcome in. Hello, hello. How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. It's too much pain nowadays, and I always forget to have. Aw, that sucks.